Just getting things sorted out, so please bear with me. We need to go and get the live stream from the channel. Post that into here. Create thread. Okay, getting there slowly. Don't need that window open anymore. Or do I? Actually, yeah, let's do this. Let's go and set up Discord as well. I'll need to go into Virtual Flight Online and go to the forum. Go to the introduction I've just posted. No, not introduction. The invitation. Okay. So I need to borrow this. What's the easiest way of doing that? I'll just copy it. And go to Facebook. And then go to Virtual Flight Online. And post it in here as well. I'll need the YouTube link again. This is the problem. No two systems work the same as each other. Okay, that's got that done. Post. That's on the group now. I need to go and change the server in Flight Simulator to be the North Europe server. Resume. I also need to go and change my controls because every single airplane needs different controls. Yeah, it's on Boeing 747 at the moment. That will do. Apply, go back, resume. Have I filled the plane up? No, I haven't. I also want to get rid of the payload. It's only me on the aeroplane. We'll get the aeroplane started up soon. Right, so we've posted it on Facebook, we've posted it onto the forum, we haven't put it on Discord yet, so let's go and do that before we go. So go to Virtual Flight Online, go to invitations, post it in here at everyone, and of course the clipboard will have lost what we just wrote here, so we'll copy it again from here, paste it into here. This will lose the image, so I'm just going to post the YouTube link in here, so we'll need to go back to YouTube yet again to go and get the link. This is the nightmare of having to try to suit everybody all the time, where you have to post everything everywhere. But anyway, not a problem. Send now. Okay, so that's now posted to the Virtual Flight Online Discord server, as well as Facebook, as well as the forum. So we're doing well. Okay, so then I close the browser, don't need that anymore now. I've got a second computer running with view of the live stream. Oh, right, let's get this up and running. We will be looking at little Nav Map along the way throughout the day. So our first leg is over to I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. ICAO code Echo November Sierra November. So directly west of us at Torp. So let's go and get the aeroplane started up. Just make sure our control throws are good. Okay, that's not good. This is why we check these things. So I'm going to change this for the Bonanza. Should actually be good for this. Apply, go back, resume. Let's have a look. What on earth is going on? Control options. Oh, of course. So I don't want the. I want the Baron, not the Bonanza. The Bonanza's single engine. Because I tend to map the controls so that one of the sticks becomes the mixture if it's a single engine aircraft. Excuse me. I wish this was just a drop down list. DA62, no, Baron, that'll do. Apply, go back, resume. It should be a similar control configuration to this aeroplane. There we go. Okay, so we move the propellers to max, we move the mixture to rich. We can lean it back out later on. And we come down here, we turn on the battery and the generators, and what else do we need to do? The beacon light, because we're about to start the engines. And avionics master switch. Okay, we should be able to turn the engines over. Oh, let's just check a few other things, have a look around, check everything that's good. So the fuel is on the master valves. So we got the port mags, starboard mags. We don't need a fuel pump, but we do need the fuel valves on there, already on, which is rather bizarre. So then we can click the starter. There goes engine. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. And we're looking good. What's the outside air temperature today? 10 degrees centigrade. Not bad at all. Okay, so we're going to ask this guy to push us back. We're going to, hopefully he'll just push the nose. This will be interesting actually. So we'll come off the parking brake. Technically he shouldn't be doing this while the engines are running, but it's a simulator. It's not real, and besides this game has real issues with connecting things, as you can see. He's now going to mince himself in the propeller. And, oh, very nearly had bits of crew all over the tarmac. There we go, needs to be moved back to the correct position. So let's move the tug speed up. So this is the pushback mod that you can get from FlightSim.2. It lets you to do tricks like steering the aeroplane during the pushback. It doesn't always animate it perfectly. But you can actually plan your pushback and tell them exactly where you want to put the plane and then let it get on with it. So we will stop the pushback there and let him get on with his day. And we're going to sit inside and wait for him to get out of the way. Is he going to get a move on? So let's just have a quick look at the map at Torp Airfield. So we're going to double back here and take off on runway 36. So entries over there. someone. Let's get on our way. We're not going to need very much runway at all. So flaps to take off position. Flaps up. Goodbye, Torp Airfield. Pull the engines back, just trimming the elevators. And we'll pull the mixture back a bit as well. And pull the prop pitch back a bit as well. Just come up to 2,000 feet. Oh, we haven't calibrated the altimeter. Okay, it was already calibrated. That's good. This is interesting. This has put some extra waypoints in the flight plan, which we don't need. It's almost like it's done IFR. So we're going to ignore them. So if we go flight plan, enter. Just while we're orbiting here, and then we press menu on ESVN and enter. Activate the leg. There we go. So we're going to pretty much ignore we're flying to ESVN, so we're going to ignore those few waypoints that shouldn't have been there. Flight Sim had a bit of a brain fade there. Okay, so let's get the autopilot on, and then we can actually, before we leave Ento behind, should we go back and circle the airfield maybe? There it is over there. Or maybe we go and have a look at Sandefjord before we leave. Let's see how far away from Sandefjord we are. If we've just left Torp, we're just off to the north. Sandefjord's just down to the south. Okay, we can do that. Compass, heading south now. 2,000 feet above sea level. RPM's not very high. Let's see if we can speed that up a bit. There we go. We've just done that by changing the propeller speed. Coming up for 2,500 feet. Okay. Let's go and have a look out the window. This is Fjord that we're approaching before we carry on down the coast. Just trying to think, did I put my nav lights on before we took off? I ought to do. There we go, nav lights on. Beacon was already on, we've seen the strobes on as well. That's a bit better. So this is the Islander, the Britten Norman Islander, made by Black Box Simulation in Flight Simulator. It's a fantastic aeroplane. And it's great for sightseeing because you can actually see outside of the window, which is quite good. You can go and put yourself over the dashboard, which is the equivalent of leaning, and you get very good views. So this is Fjord on the southern coast of Norway. Now, I'm not quite sure where it is. There's a wonderful sculpture of a whaling boat. I think it might be in the centre of the town. I'm not sure. It's on a circular, it might be here on the circular road junction. There's a fantastic sculpture of a whaling boat in the centre of Fjord. Yeah, the docks look terrible in, someone's mentioned in the live stream, the docks look terrible, they need a water mask. They look terrible in every coastal area, they just haven't done that yet in the scenery. I noticed in some of the Melbourne scenery, is it Melbourne, or some of the Australian scenery anyway, was it Melbourne or Brisbane, I'm not sure. Some of the harbours have got boats in there. Okay, let's go straighten up. I'm just looking at the GPS over here. We're going for Echo November, Sierra November. Is our next waypoint. So we're going to stop climbing. We're almost up to 3,000 feet. So we're going to come back down to about 2,000. Keeping an eye on the speed, so I'm going to come off the throttle a bit. Should be a fun day. Airfield hopping around the coast of Norway. So obviously we're heading away from the coast at the moment. the sea. We're going over to Echo November Sierra November, then we're off to Nottingham, then Valais, and then Kjevik, Lister, and then we start island hopping basically, which should be good fun. Yeah, just reading the live chat. Easy to fix the watermask in mods, but they would use AI to do it. They wouldn't do it by hand. They'll teach AI what a boat looks like and put a boat in place and erase the picture on the floor. They also have to teach it what jetties look like. But it's very, very, very doable. Lot of trees, lots of fir trees by the look of it, pines and various descriptions. Whoa, that's noisy out there. Let's just check the sound levels actually. So I'm aware that this plane's very noisy. So I'll maybe turn it down a bit more so you can hear me over it easily. A bit more even. There we go. So I've improved the latency of OBS so there's no longer that minute delay. So I'm watching the live stream now. You're about 2 seconds behind live. So that's possible because I've got a fast internet connection. I've got fibre to the house. So the latency is almost, it's in single digits of milliseconds. And the actual bandwidth is hundreds and hundreds of megabits per second. So I think HD requires about 6,000 bits per second, or 6 megabits to do 1080p reliably, and I've got a capacity of 10 times that basically, or more than that, 100 times that. Okay, let's just have a look at the map. So there's no river route through. That would have been nice to have followed the river down there, wouldn't it? Not the weather, wrong thing. Shall we open up the Vfr Map? You can see where we're going next. And you get to see the flight plan as well. Okay, so we should have visuals on the airfield fairly soon. So let's keep an eye out for it. Can we see it out there on this flat area? So it's behind a river in front of wherever we're heading directly for it. Just looking at the map, the wind is from the north, so we're going for runway 01. So we will go left and turn in towards it. Start descending as well. Quick look at the map. We're just passing over Porsgrunn. So if we look outside, you see the town. It's stretched out mostly over here. So we're tuned into Talk Tower completely by accident, so interesting. Okay, there's the airfield over here, behind the hill. So what we might do to get rid of the noise from the runway, actually we could ask for instruction, couldn't we? Just to make it a bit more interesting. So let's go for nearest airport list. Yeah, it's not a staffed control tower, so there's no point, but we will go and detune COM1 just so we don't keep hearing the communications from ENTO. Okay, just slowing us down so we can drop the flaps and roll in on our approach. We don't need dev mode on. I don't know why we're dev mode on. I must have used it in the week. So the Islander is very, very good at low, slow approaches. Its short field performance is very, very good. So rotate, and we're back up. Flaps up. We're full of fuel at the moment, which is why it's wallowing a little bit. Well, there's a nice church over here. Should we go and have a look at it before we carry on? So this is obviously a point of interest. You would imagine. No, it's not on the map though. Have I got the points of interest? Oh. Okay, so it's just the AI has picked up that there's a church here. It's not an actual specifically modelled church. But we'll go and have a look anyway. I told com radio not to be on that frequency. Okay, what direction is our next leg? Northeast by the look of it. So let's get the autopilot sorted out as well. Although saying that, we have some hills to negotiate. So let's go and looking at 1,500 feet at the moment. So if I go for 2,500 feet on the autopilot altitude, and although it's going to forget that, I think, as soon as I switch the autopilot on, because it will go for roll pitch mode. So if I turn the autopilot on, it's gone for roll and vertical speed, which is roll and pitch essentially. We'll say nav, which should make it follow the flight plan, so it should begin turning right. Interesting, it's not doing that. So 500 feet. We want this to go about... That's interesting. Why is it behaving in the way it is? So it's heading mode now. So is that going to blindly follow the heading, or is it going to follow the nav? It's following the nav by the look of it. Nav on. Okay. Did I press something? CDI, there we go. Ah, that's why. I hadn't pressed GPS. So this was still operating on VOR mode. Appears to think it's doing an airport lookup, which I don't want it to do. Clear. That isn't getting rid of it. There we go. We'll look outside. So we should just miss this hill, but it's a bit too close for comfort. So what we're going to do is take ourselves up to 3,500 feet to vertical speed of 500 feet per minute. Will the BN-2 do the GTN 750? I don't know is the answer to that. I suspect it will. I think the black box developers have been very proactive in making sure their aircraft work with the various things, but it's worth going and have a look at their website. So they're very good, Black Box. They do engage with the community. They have discussion forums and all the rest of it. Yeah, my experience with Black Box has been very good so far. I mean, okay, the interior modelling of this is quite an early aircraft, it's worth pointing out, on Flight Sim, so the bar has been raised since this came out, which you can see in the quality of some of the modelling, but it's absolutely functional and the instruments are nice and clear to read, which isn't always the case with Flight Simulator. So I'd rather have clear to read than pretty, if that makes sense. It's good enough. There's certainly nothing too drastically wrong with it. Okay, you can see the edges of the polygons here and there, but it's not too bad. Yeah, you could have some higher quality texturing maybe, but it does mean the frame rate's fantastic, because it's not like the Carinados or Serenado, however you want to pronounce it, where they are using it, humongous textures, and it absolutely murders your graphics card. Okay, so we're on our way to Notterdam. Echo November November Oscar. And now there seems to be some points of interest here. There's a church here that's been modelled. So to get the points of interest into Little Nav Map, I have downloaded a project from FlightSim.2 which has got the CSV database of all of the points of interest in the world updates. So you can see they're all coming up all over the place. I tell a lie, the question marks are the ones for Bush Talk Radio. So if you've never seen Bush Talk Radio, it's a little app you can run up here. When you get near to any of the waypoints, you have to have a website open in the background that actually does it for you, but when you get near to a waypoint, it starts an audio description of the waypoint, so you get like a museum tour effectively live in the simulator. Bush Talk Radio can also do other tricks like tuning into local radio, which of course I can't do on a live stream because I'll get a copyright strike. If someone's asking how did you pull in the Bush Talk Radio points of interest into Little Nav Map, if you go to FlightSim.2, one of the Bush Talk Radio downloads is the CSV file that you can import into Little Nav Map as user points. So if we go and look in the user points menu, you can import CSVs. Yeah, so I imported it in. Therefore all of these question marks are the points of interest. There's also another project that pulls those into the simulator itself, so you get to see them. So you just put that in your community folder. So if I was to turn on points of interest, you'd see them all lit up on the map. Okay, so we should be getting close to the airfield we are heading for, and it's all getting a bit cold, isn't it? So let's have a look at where this airport actually sits. So it's at the end of this lake. So we are going to come off the autopilot and start descending. Yeah, just reading the live chat, William Kelly saying it's useful to have the user points in Little Nav Map too. Absolutely. So if you're doing a flight, a VFR flight, you can see on the map where things of interest are, so you can go visit them. after this we got a 60-mile trip across the hills over to Valley Airfield, so I might go and make a coffee at that point. Okay, slowly approaching. If we look out over the nose and zoom in, we can see the airfield is appearing right in front of us. There's the actual airstrip there. So we get a little bit of altitude just so we get a better perspective on the airfield, and that helps bleed our speed off for descent actually. How long do I expect the flight to last? I have no idea. It's in the it's morning in the UK, so this is probably going to go on way into tonight. But I'll be doing it in legs, obviously. It's always a challenge to see the runway when it's icy, isn't it? Begin to get snow blind. Back up. Flaps up. So, left turn. Before we get too much further, I might go and put the... Oh, hang on a second. Though that photo could be photoshopped or faked. I'm not sure what that's talking about in the live chat, but anyway. I'm going to go and put the points of interest on, I think, just to make it a bit more fun. So I'll need to look up my logon, which I will just do for Bush Talk Radio. appear to have the strongest password in the known universe. So I actually use a program called KeyPass, which is completely safe to show you this. So I'm going to go into here and I put a password in to get into KeyPass. Then it shows me all of my passwords. So I can put in Bush Talk Radio, for example, and I can copy the password from there. And then I can go to Bush Talk Radio and put in my username, which is John Beckett, and put in my password. He says, famous last words, copy password. It only lets the clipboard have it for a very short amount of time, and we're connected. So what that means, let's just pause the sim a second. If I go to now, I think is it assistance options? I can never remember where this is. Yeah, points of interest. I want the landmark markers on. Apply, go back, resume. So we can minimize Bush Talk Radio now. So what this is doing is providing the website with where we are. So we're just setting off on this route. So let's just get the autopilot sorted out now. So altitude, we are coming up to 5,000 feet, which is fine. So we'll just dial that in. So we go to nav mode. So the plane is going to begin following the route for us. It's going to re-intercept it slightly because we're slightly off the track. So it will level back out, and there it goes. So it's re-intercepting this line. So now we've got the airplane operating. We need to look at icing because we're about to go into cloud and it's freezing outside. So what have we got down here? Let's have a look. Airframe de-ice, propeller de-ice. There we go. We're going to trust in our instrumentation. The hills are starting to look a little bit close, but we're holding on to 5,000 feet. I think it will be high enough at the moment. Anyway, so we've got you can see these small dots appearing on the display. Those are the points of interest. They'll make more sense when we get closer to some of them. So if we look from outside, you can see them around the place now. But what we need to do in the background is go and run a browser and go to Bush Talk Radio, and we leave this running in the background. You do not have a radar, please turn it on. Yes I do, don't lie. It's logged in as me already. Yeah, it's stopped complaining about it now. So we can say things like radio. Is it going to do it? There we go, it's working. I'm not going to let it run for too long. So basically this knows exactly where we are now. So if we go and look up here, there's me on the map. And there are points of interest nearby. There's one here. So if we were to fly over to that, we'll get some idea of what this does. Now in order for that to happen and for you to hear it at all, I'm going to have to go into the sound mixer in Windows and turn down Flight Simulator, which is going to affect this quite drastically. There we go. So if I come back off the autopilot and we fly within a distance of this waypoint, the name of it should come up when it's fairly near the centre of the screen. There you go. And it should start telling us about it when we get closer. So we'll cut the engines, descend down. I think it's when you get within half a mile of a point of interest, it will start telling you about it.
Fjord Lake is a lake in the municipality Fjord in Vestfold of Telemark, Norway. The lake is part of the Skienes watercourse. The main influx river is Vfr, and the lake drains through Britten Norway. The lake is about 15 kilometers long and approximately 1.8 kilometers wide. The lake covers an area of 16.7 square kilometers and has a max depth of 145 meters. Fjord's Svanet is best known for the Fjord salmon. According to local folklore, a sea serpent lives in the lake. It has in recent years been named Selma. Stories of this creature can be found in written sources from the middle of the 18th century, and various expeditions have repeatedly visited the lake in an attempt to prove that Selma exists.
So there you go, that's Bush Talk Radio. Oh, we need to stop the radio though. Otherwise we'll get into trouble for a copyright strike. It's good, isn't it? So along the way we'll fly towards any good points of interest and go and have a listen and see what it's got to say about them. How are we doing on the volume levels? Okay, the plane's a little bit loud, isn't it, for you probably? Let's turn that down to 20. Okay, so we're just keeping an eye on this route. Coming back up to 3,000 feet. Take the engines back to cruise. So yeah, the password manager you saw I was using there is called KeyPass. It's open source, which kind of I think is a better way to go than some of the commercial offerings for password management. So like at work we use 1Password, for example, but KeyPass is open source, so the code has been vetted by endless teams of developers, and it's been improved and improved. So I've got it on an Android phone, I've got it on Windows, I've got it on Linux, and it works perfectly. I actually keep my encrypted password file in the cloud, because obviously I'm the only person that can get into it with a password. So it's kind of a point of weakness, I guess, the whole password management idea, that it's 1Password to rule them all, but that's the password you memorize, so you never need to memorize the one. And then it means everything you ever use on the internet, you don't know the passwords for, because you don't need to, because you use the password manager to know them and to generate them. There's another point of interest down there. I'm wondering where that is. Okay, so we're slowly climbing back up, so let's get this back on the autopilot, let it take over. We're going to 5,000 feet, so we'll do that at a vertical speed of 500 feet a minute. And I'm going to go and make a quick coffee, and I'll be back soon. So we'll just have a quick look at where we are. So the autopilot is re-intercepting the route, and it will straighten up very soon, hopefully. There we go, the aeroplane is straightening up all on its own. The wonders of autopilot. So let's, while we're doing this, just have a quick look at the flight plan. It will take a while for this scenery to appear. Here we go. So we get over the line of the flight plan, we get the elevation plot below it, so we know if we're high enough or not. So it's looking good. So 5,000 feet will be good, and then we'll go into NV in a few minutes. So I'll leave the simulator. I'm going to close key pass down, don't need it open anymore. I wonder if I can stop Bush Talk Radio from using the radio. Tune into near. Maybe it was because it was already on, because I'd already done that earlier.
Og tar ansvar for egen utvikling.
No, it's going to stay on there, isn't it?
Skal du være nysgjerrig?
So that means immediately after. I wonder if it's in the settings. No. It's just trying to pick up the radar. What it calls the radar is the plug-in in the simulator. So this is on because it's working here. Follow player is on. So if I was to zoom in down here, we have another point of interest coming up. We will probably pass directly over it, so it will trigger it. So you can pull up audio tours near me, so you don't have to fly directly over them. So you can listen to them wherever you are as well, which is quite cool. So rather than having to make detours to listen to the audio tours, you can just play them. So this one here, for example, at Lake Nissa, we can just go and play it. Okay, I'm going to shut Bush Talk Radio down for the moment. And we'll reopen it later if we really want it. So we're flying over the frozen wastes at the moment. I'm going to go and make that coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. So just while I'm out of the room, I'm going to mute the microphone. Okay, I'm back. I have coffee, most important ingredient for a pretend pilot in a simulator. Where are we? Somewhere over the frozen wastes. Or wastes is the wrong word, isn't it? The beautiful frozen landscape of Norway. So we are approaching the Valley airfield. So let's begin assembling. Well, before we do that, I'm going to go back in assistance and turn off the POIs. Otherwise, we'll get them appearing all the time and it kind of ruins the view. Go back, resume. The other thing I've forgotten to run is transmitter. So I'm going to go and run transmitter. And I'm going to write... I've forgotten how this works myself now. Let's just go and connect. If I go to virtual flight and say who is online, it will pop open the website. So you can see that I am online. I'm up here on the part of Norway. There are some tips here. If you write hashtag invite in your notes to invite others to fly with you. So what that does, if I say hash invite live streaming on YouTube, I need to give them the URL for that, don't I? So if I go into this and open that and close that, come back in here, and that should have done it as soon as I wrote it. So if I refresh this now, you will see I'm listed and there's a star next to my name now. So you can see it there. Live streaming on YouTube. Oops. And we can zoom in. If I can click my mouse accurately, you can zoom in and see where I am live on the map. So these are all the people that are flying today using transmitter. This is from virtualflight.online, so I'll leave that running in the background. And we are approaching the Valley airfield, so we're going to have to approach from the south. Although, saying that, that's our wind we're experiencing here. If we want to find out the local weather at Valley airfield, we can put it up in here and we get the METAR, and it's 260 degrees 7 knots. So the wind in the airfield is actually coming in from about this direction. We can put a compass rose on the map if I can remember how to do it. There it is. So 250, 260 degrees. Yeah. Can you move there? I thought you could move the compass rose around. Maybe you can't. Anyway. We've continued climbing, haven't we? We're still climbing like a silly thing. Okay. Let's come off the autopilot. Why was that still climbing? What was the altitude set at? We've gone to 10,000 feet. This is on vertical speed mode to 3,800 and it's just carried on. That's rather ridiculous. So we've gone to 10,000 feet in that climb. Nice to know that that this aircraft can do it, I guess. And we have this wonderful view now out across the cloud tops. But we are now going to circle to descend. So we're not over the destination yet. That's in the middle of the thick cloud, because of course it is. Because wherever you want to fly with live weather, you're going to get horrendous weather. It's the... Oh, the sim's paused. What's it doing? Oh, it's reopened again. Good. Yeah, so it's a rule of the universe. Wherever you want to go in Flight Simulator with live weather on, the weather's going to be horrendous. Which does make it kind of more fun to fly though. Mobile phone is sending me a message. This could actually get quite dangerous, couldn't it? So maybe I need to actually pay attention, because we have no G1000 with its magical route finding abilities. So we're descending into dangerous a dangerous place. Now we can see some scenery down here. Maybe there's a gap beneath the clouds, so we go and dive for it. Keep an eye on our indicated airspeed though, we don't want to overspeed. So we're going to hopefully get below these clouds and hope they don't reach down to the ground. Let's go down through the gap. I think we're going to be fine. So the airfield's going to be down in this valley. I'm reluctant to go into the valley from this direction. I'd rather fall into the valley beyond the airfield and come back, because knowing we have to land facing... Although it's a crosswind, wasn't it? It was coming in from 260, the wind, according to the METAR from the airfield. So we don't need to worry too much. So we'll go down this, enter the valley here, fly along, we'll see the airfield and double back, or we may even be good to go straight in. So we're just coming down below the cloud layer, which is good. It's hovering right over the top of the valley though. So this is Echo November Victor Echo, the ICAO code for this airport. So we should see, yeah, there's the airfield. Yeah, it's quite a wide valley, so we should have room to turn around if we need to. We're only doing a touch and go, remember. So we're going to fly straight to the wall of the canyon. And then lift the nose, bleed the speed off. We're trying to lose height basically, so we're zigzagging inside the canyon. Or inside the valley, I should say. So let's get the nose up, then we can drop the flaps. So we're trying to get to 80 knots, which we've now done. Flaps down. Then we're going for our touch and go. Today I am on, someone's asking in the live stream which server I'm on today. I'm on the North Europe server. It's in the notes of the YouTube stream, I think. It's also posted on the forum at Virtual Flight Online and on the Discord server for Virtual Flight Online. So if you've not heard of it, Virtual Flight Online is an online community of flight simulator enthusiasts. Oh, could that be somebody that's come out to meet us? It's a very similar aeroplane. So yeah, Virtual Flight Online is a community of flight simulator enthusiasts. And we try to fly together at least once a week. But otherwise you get these invitational pop-ups now and again. Take off. The short field performance of this thing is amazing. There's a caravan down there. those lights on? Yeah, they are. Okay, so next airfield for us is south. So we're already going the right direction. But we'll follow the valley just to make it a bit more fun. Just trimming the airplane back out. How are we doing for fuel? So we've used about 15 gallons so far. Here's the phone. So let's just have a look at the map, see where this valley will take us. Do we get to go? Yeah, so we can follow the water all the way along to our next waypoint almost, which is down on the coast, Kjevik. So we're going to follow this valley, make it a bit more interesting, I guess. If we put the camera out over the nose, I think we can actually do that, can't we? So that's a good point actually. If I do that, we can get a full screen view over the nose. Which is much better for sightseeing. We could actually make the view a bit more wide angle as well. So if we turn around, we can see there's the airplane right behind us. So that was by pressing F I can recenter. If I press forwards, I can go out over the nose, and then I can go slightly wide angle. Not a bad way to do it, is it? And you don't have the cockpit in the way all the time, you just get to see the scenery. The other thing we could do is open up the Vfr map to see where we are in the world. If we want a more detailed view than the Vfr map shows us, what we can do is open little Nav Map and get rid of all of the extra displays. And if we get rid of the toolbars, I'll just make sure I'm not going to hit anything in the next few moments. We can get rid of all these toolbars. It takes a few moments to get rid of them, which is why I was checking where we were going in the aeroplane. We can see ourselves actually here, so we know if we're about to slam into a hillside. And that one, and then we can make this smaller. And we can use little Nav Map as our map, because it's much better at it. I'm going to go and turn those user points off. View user points, none. I wonder if there's a way of switching off the compass rose. Ah, that explains the thing we saw earlier where you can attach the compass rose to the aircraft or not. If you show the big compass rose. Yeah, I'm not sure we get the option to remove these controls for the zoom. I wonder if it's in the options. We'd have to make this bigger to do that. Tools, options, display and text, user interface, map. I have no idea what I'm looking for here. Maybe it's not possible. Anyway, I'll leave that small up in the corner. At least then we get to see where we are. And David Beckett is in the live chat. That's my dad, lives down in Cornwall. He's saying hiya. So he's probably wondering, if he's not been watching for a few moments, how I've managed to make a full screen view. I've done it by, let me just center this back up. I've done it by just sliding my view straight out of the front of the aeroplane. Which is quite cool. Move the mouse so it's over here out of the way. Should we press? If we go and press end, we can admire our aeroplane. So this is the Britten Norman Islander from Black Box Simulations. It's €24.99, which you'll obviously have to convert that into your own currency. If you buy it direct from Black Box, that is, it's $24.99. I think you can buy it from a few other places as well, but usually other places will want to put a markup on it. I wonder if, as we get further south, we'll get to the line where the ice turns back into water. Hopefully we will. Should we turn oh, we're still connected on Bush Talk Radio, that's good. So if we go and open Bush Talk Radio, I can always kick the radio if it happens. bushtalkradio.com. So we turn the radar back on. I don't know why that's saying that, because it is connected down here. So if we go and... that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to zero in on us. We are right in the middle of the map here. Okay, let's turn these back on. So user assistance options, POIs, landmarks on, apply, go back, resume. So then I can make sure I fly over them, and then we get to here. So before we get there, let's go and turn this simulator down even further. This is the noisiest aeroplane ever, by the way. And then we can go back into OBS and turn this back up. And then you get to hear the messages. Well, you should have done.
Byglandsfjord Station was a railway station in the village of Byglandsfjord in Bygland municipality in Agder County, Norway. It was the terminus station for the old Sætedal line that travelled up the Sætedal Valley from Kristiansand, Grovane, Byglandsfjord until the railway line was closed in 1962. The station sits on the eastern shore of the River Otra at the south end of the Lake Byglandsfjorden. Further transport into the Sætedal Valley happened by steamboat on the Byglandsfjorden Lake. One of the steamers, Fjorden, is preserved and still takes passengers during the summer season. The station was built in the Dragistal style and is now used as a library. It was designed by architect Paul Dew and listed for protection in 2002. The entire station area was protected by law in 2002 by the Norwegian Directorate for Cultural Heritage. The protection covers all the buildings, station buildings exterior and interior, outhouse construction, locomotive shed, cargo expedition, platform and loading ramp, in addition to an area around the station.
Okay, so what's our next point of interest? If we centre it up in the screen, it will tell us the name of it. Vfr Church. Let's see if I've got the pronunciation right. So when we get within half a mile, it will start telling us about it.
Vfr Church is the main parish church in Vfr Horns municipality in Agder County, Norway. It is located at the north end of the village of Vfr, just east of the River Otra. The church is part of the Vfr parish in the Otterdal deanery in the Diocese of Agder og Telemark. The white, wooden church was built in a cruciform style in 1891 by builder Ludvig Carlsen. The church was consecrated on the 16th of December 1891 by the Bishop Johan Christian U. The church seats about 450 people. There are no old historic or artistic pieces in the church. Everything in it was new when it was built in 1891.
So it's worth saying while we're doing this flight, if you load transmitter, I will see you as a red aeroplane on the map. So where I've got a little nav map over in the corner of the screen, if you load transmitter, I will see you there as a red aeroplane, and it will update every 5 seconds. Okay, so we're getting closer. So this is getting interesting, isn't it? Do a live stream using little Nav Map almost as a tour guide with Bush Talk Radio, and then I don't get copyright strikes. As long as I don't start the listen to local radio, which you don't appear to be able to stop once you've started it. So then it reads out the POIs along the way, the points of interest. And I won't get a copyright strike on those, which is perfect. There's a lot of trees. I guess it might be fun to share this flight plan with the community. So if I go to Virtual Flight Online and go to the forum, I can say here's the flight plans channel, and I can make a new thread in here, and I can say VFR flight plan, VFR Norway coast exploration, or tour is a better word, I guess. Tour. Here's the flight plan. Let's make this smaller so I can write this while I'm flying still without going wildly out of control. And also we'll get that open at the same time. Here's the flight plan I used while live streaming around Norway, around the coast of Norway on YouTube. And I can add an attachment and add a file, and if I then go down to D drive and MSFS flight plans, and I can find the one ENTO PLN. Done. Create thread. So there we go, that's downloadable now on the forum. So the flight plan I'm using today is now available for anybody to grab. And I appear to have just missed Mojave flyby, so if I look behind me, has he got his nav lights on? No, I can't see them. Let me just check my server. I am on the North Europe server. Resume. I haven't seen any aircraft actually. Should I go and turn labels on? General options. Traffic. Nameplates on. Let's just make sure I'm seeing other aircraft at all. Okay, so Flight Simulator has done its famous trick where I'm not seeing anybody. So if I go automatic and resume and cycle it back to North Europe again, resume, let's see if some aeroplanes appear. So it would appear that multiplayer is acting up. Usually takes a minute or two, doesn't it? Okay, let's check that again. If I go to West Europe, do I see anybody? Resume. So multiplayer would appear to be down. General options. Let's have a quick look. Data on. Data limitation is off. Bandwidth is unlimited. Rolling cache is off. This is all good. Traffic. Real time online. Traffic nameplates are on. Go back, resume. So it would appear that oh no, they're suddenly appearing. So let's make sure I'm on the correct server again. North Europe, close, resume. Give it a few moments and see if they start appearing. So it wasn't working before and now it is. To be honest, usually it's the busier servers are the worst. So West USA is usually a nightmare and you'll get crashes to desktop caused by the multiplayer. Or just airplanes appearing and disappearing randomly. That is working now. Labels are starting to appear. So there's an Ultra Saucer 346 has appeared. So there was some strangeness going on with the multiplayer. Okay. So how far are we away? We're getting close to Kjevik. Okay, so I'm going to descend. We'll start looking for the airfield very soon. This is the other side of these hills. So we'll overfly Setesdal, which hopefully we will be told all about. I think I'm still running. Yeah, Bush Talk radio's on in the background, which is good. And the sim has paused. I'm having a good day of it today, aren't I? First of all, multiplayer didn't work, and now the sim is pausing. For no apparent reason whatsoever. And it's just unpaused. Is it going to tell us about the Setesdal line?
The Setesdal line was a railway between Kristiansand and Byglands Fjord in southern Norway, 78 kilometers long. It was built with a narrow gauge of 1,067 millimeters and opened to Higalen the 26th of November 1895 and to Byglands Fjord the 27th of November 1896. The end station of the line was Byglands Fjord Station. From there, travellers could take the steamboats Dies Fjorden and Dies Dolen to Bygland or Ås. From Ås, horse-drawn carriages brought you further up the valley. The Setesdal line has been of great importance for mining operations both in Iceland and on Fjord. There had been small-scale mining after quartz since 1884 for use in a smelter at Flat Nickel Mine on Fjord. but together with the quartz, there was a large amount of feldspar in good quality. Since it was too expensive to transport it to Kristiansand, everything was wrecked. But when Sætedalsbanen opened, shipping costs were considerably reduced, and it was the beginning of large-scale mining in both municipalities after feldspar, but also quartz was produced in considerable quantities. When the standard gauge Solandet line was opened to Kristiansand in 1938, Grovane became the new terminal station for the Sætedal line, with connection to the Solandet line. Rail passengers had to change trains at Grovane station from 1938 to 1962 due to different track widths, narrow gauge to normal gauge. The Sætedal line was closed in September 1962. The last train to Fjord station left on the 2nd of September 1962. The next day, the dismantling of the railway began. The track was removed from Fjord station and down to Bayholen Dam. However, the 5 km long stretch between Bayholen and Grovane was preserved by local enthusiasts in the Sætedal Line Hobby Club, which was started in 1964. The course was run as a museum railway under the auspices of the Hobby Club. A stretch of 2 kilometers from Bayholen Dam to Roykens station has been rebuilt and was opened on the 5th of September 2004. Today, the Sætedal line is a railway museum with steam trains serving the 8 kilometers line between Grovane and Roykens. 4 steam locomotives from 1894 to 1902 are preserved, along with a number of passenger and freight cars. Several of the station buildings along the former railroad are also still preserved.
So there you go. We know all about the Sætedal line now. Okay, so we're just coming in for approach, and I appear, oh no, I've still got a few aircraft around, but not many. There's something definitely going on with the servers, isn't there? So I'm on North Europe still, so I'm going to soldier on with North Europe. So I'm just approaching airfield. This is the nose cam. We're down. We really are skimming along the tarmac. Okay, back up again. Flaps up. Cruise. Get some speed up, and then we do a left turn. Not too steep though, because there's a hill right next to us, so skim the trees. Okay, so now a 40-mile leg across the coast to Lister. Therefore, I'm going to jump inside the airplane, set the altimeter, and hopefully it will work this time, to 2,500 feet. Vertical speed of 500, think it may have lost its mind. It's climbing like crazy again. It's going for a vertical speed of some crazy amount. So 500 feet. Altitude we're going for is 2,500. We're already above that though. So, oops. I think the autopilot might be broken. The nav should make it turn back, but the altitude is not working at all. So we're going vertical speed of 500 feet descending a minute. Or maybe it's starting to sort it out. I think the gyros were just massively off. So it's coming back down. So autopilots use gyros. So this is probably a fault of the simulator, not of the aircraft. And they usually take a very long time if they're out of whack to get back into a stable configuration. So I've gone back onto nav mode. Yeah, it's reacquiring the line, but it's climbing again. I'm trying to go for 2,500 feet at 500 feet a minute descent rate, and it's not doing it. Maybe it's just the turbulence. We are near the maximum speed, so I'm going to cut the speed back. See if that helps it do it. Maybe it wouldn't, because it would have oversped the aircraft. I wonder if it has some intelligence built in about that, so it knows about raising the nose if the throttle is too high. Yeah, that may be the case. I was up against 140 knots on the airspeed and it didn't like it. Okay, so now we seem to have that sorted out. We can put the camera out over the nose again. Oh, Beckett Senior is coming in to join us. He's in the BE-58, so that's the Baron, isn't it? Ultra Saucer is in the BN-2P, which is the Britten Norman Islander. There's nobody in the plane. Who's flying it? So William Kelly is saying he's having trouble with the multiplayer. I had to recycle the servers, so I had to go and choose a different server, wait for the aeroplanes to appear, and then I came back and I was okay. Okay, so Beckett Senior has just appeared 100 miles ahead of us. Well, no, not 100, but 20 miles ahead. So was that Slew? Yeah, maybe there's just some issues going on with the servers this morning. It's not unusual. I know the big major update they're working on next is fixing all sorts of issues, so there could be all kinds of patches going on. So let's go and have a look inside the aeroplane. And we're doing 120 knots and 50% throttle. That's not bad going, is it? So we'll zoom out on the range and we can see then on the GPS how far we have to travel. Just for a bit of fun, should we go and tune in a VOR station? I'm not sure what VORs exist around here. Is that one there? No, it's not a proper one. Here's one, 112.10 at SVA. Or what about the one further up the coast? Yeah, there's one here. 116.85 at Solar, which is our next waypoint. So let's go and tune that in just so we get something to look at. 116.85. So here's the nav radio, 116.85. Make that the active frequency. So the DME should wake up. Famous last words. Maybe it's too far away to get a signal yet. Yeah, because the needles are centred, they're not picking up anything. We're just a bit too far away. It's probably about 100 miles away at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see when it does come alive if we keep half an eye on the distance measuring equipment and see what it does. So David Beckett skipped on FS Tramp. So FS Tramp, if anybody's not seen it, is a commercial piece of software for flight simulator. Let's go and open a browser. We have a browser open. Make this so it's not full size. So we'll leave Push Talk Radio open. And if you type in FS Tramp, is a fully integrated plugin for Microsoft Flight Simulator. The program is activated with Control F12. Yeah, that's not quite the same story anymore because it doesn't integrate in the same way that it used to. They have the worst website in the known universe, and it's actually quite expensive as well. But it does look good. It's just a shame that the actual website is garbage. Not wanting to blow my own horn at all, but if we go to Virtual Flight Online, I have a very pretty website. Anyway, I guess I should do the whole advertising bit, shouldn't I? If you've not been to Virtual Flight Online yet, this is the community that we've been building up of people that fly simulators together. So there is a newsletter that goes out that I will be doing tomorrow morning. Goes out usually in preparation for the Sunday group flight, telling everybody where the route is going to be and any other news that's come out that week. You can just sign up by email, so if you go and visit it on the web, you can read all the old issues of the newsletter. You can, if you're not logged in, you'll get a big button at the top corner to subscribe. Obviously I'm an admin, so I get to go and write posts for it. You can see any of the old issues in the archive. So there's the newsletter. There's a forum, so if we go and look in the forum, lots and lots of discussion forums to do with flight simulation, mostly to do with Microsoft Flight Simulator, it has to be said, but that's because most of the members who come and do the group flights are flying Flight Simulator these days. Most of the other simulators seem to have been dropped like a hot potato. You can introduce yourself, and tell people what you've been flying over the years. You can even go and buy and sell things. It's totally up to you how you use that channel though, for example. The events are announced in here, so you get full details on an event. So this weekend on Sunday, we've got VF081, the Tour of Lesotho in South Africa. So you look in there and it gives you all the details about the flight and downloadable flight plan, a map of the flight plan, and any add-ons that are suitable for the flight that you might want to go and download to make the experience that bit better in the simulator. Other than that, if we come back out of events, there's all sorts of things. There's lots of resources, so looks at the various aircraft. I've been posting them up over the last few weeks, so just highlighting the planes that are out and how good we think they are. Scenery, add-ons, hardware. There's a directory of other flying groups. We recognise we're not the only game in town. There's lots of other great groups out there. Websites, content creators, that's mostly YouTubers, podcasts and books. So yes, there's the forum. It's getting busier. We only started the forum about a week ago and we're up to 50 members already. So what we really need is 50 active members who are, asking questions, helping each other using the support forum, for example, or inviting each other to go flying. That would be really great if they did that. There's a Discord server as well, which I mentioned earlier. So if I go and pop open Discord and we click on the Virtual Flight Online server here, you will see there is an about page telling you basically the same links on the website, but there's discussion forums, there's screenshots. What it's really here for though is the voice channels. So in Discord, if I just make this so it's not full size so we can still see some stuff going on in the background. What we can do in Discord is if I went and sat in the chat channel, for example, I am now broadcasting live everything I say, so anyone else who sits in that channel I can have a conversation with. But more interestingly than that, I can actually then go and stream Flight Simulator live in that channel, so anyone sat in there can sit and watch my screen live, which is fantastic for education and problem solving. So if someone doesn't know how something works on an aeroplane, you can sit in a chat channel together and look at it, and it's live, like absolutely live. There's no delay on it. I'm just going to cut that off and disconnect me from the voice channel. So when we run an event, we all sit in the events channel together, and that has a rule on it saying you have to push a button to talk, so people don't so easily talk over one another. So yeah, that's the Discord server. It's very, very good, and we use it mostly for the group flights. Or if you're just doing a long flight and you want to chat with people, if you're not live streaming, for example, you might want to sit in on a voice channel while you're doing it. Okay, so that's Discord. We've got a Facebook group. So yeah, we recognise some people like forums, some people like Discord, some people like Facebook groups, so why not have all of them? It's free, so why not? So you get people posting pictures in here. Someone else has gone and bought the Bulldog. It's fantastic, isn't it? So the Islander is made by the same people that made the Bulldog. I'm just keeping an eye on the GPS down here while we're talking. Boeing 247. Someone's been out in the rain, in it, servicing their engines. And there's me talking about the flight around Norway this morning. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Oh, there's a transmitter program as well. You've heard me mention about being able to see where each other are on a map or in Little Nav Map. So if we go and look at Little Nav Map, you can see there are red aeroplanes. So there's one there right next to me, and there's a Mojave. So what this is doing, transmitter, if you're running it, which I am, it's this tiny little program. What it does is it broadcasts your position while it's connected to the simulator to a database on the internet. So for as long as you are flying, it will be broadcasting. Once you stop, or once you disconnect it or it becomes disconnected, your last position is held on to for a few minutes and then it deletes you. So there's no log on, no sign up, no nothing. It just shares your shares your position to a database. That database can then be used to configure Little Nav Map to show you where you are, or there's a web page that I built that uses Google Maps to plot the aeroplane positions of their last known position, and this updates every 60 seconds by default. So you can see there's us, the little group of us flying along, and we can click on these to find out who the people are and what they're flying and all that kind of thing. And interestingly, you can see their last landing rate as well. So you can see there's mine, and my last landing rate was 92 feet a minute, so fairly good. And there's everyone else that's flying at the moment. So you can zoom in and out, obviously, because this is just Google Maps, so it's rendering it live. There are some command parameters you can put into the map as well to help out, so you can do things like centering the map on a particular call sign if you want, and you can change the update speed, so you could take it down to say 5 seconds or whatever it is. Yeah, minimum is 5 seconds. So there you go. That's what Transmitter does, because the major problem with Flight Simulator is you can't see human people on the map reliably in the simulator, so that helps solve that. So we're now approaching Lister, so I need to start looking at the airfield. So Aerostar is saying, I would like to see a demonstration of a dual piloted flight. I've read this is possible but haven't seen any examples. 2 of the members of Virtual Flight Online have done it. There is we've still got a couple of minutes till we get there. I'll show you. If we go in the forum, into add-ons, there is an add-on for Flight Simulator called Your Controls. It allows you to connect your simulators into a single shared flight deck. So in the case of an A320, for example, you would have a pilot and co-pilot. So it's basically, it synchronizes what either of you is doing happens to the other. So it's a bit of a faff to get it started, but if it... Oh, here comes Beckett Senior. He's just about to take my nose off by the look of it. And he's going to crash straight into me. Well done. So that's completely thrown me now. Yeah, so your controls synchronizes your 2 cockpits. So if you do it in concert with each other and you sit in a Discord chat room so you can hear each other live, you can obviously, you know, read off your enunciations of what's going on in the cockpit and control the aircraft together. And they've done it. They've been trying it. They did across the pond thing on the internet, on VATSIM, using it. I've got far too many windows open now, so I'm going to go back into here and close this. Oh, no, I need to leave Bush Talk Radio open. There we go. That's better. And get rid of that one as well. So yeah, the forum is really a reflection. We didn't used to have a forum, we just had Discord, and we rapidly realised that Discord is really, really bad at conversations. It doesn't do threading at all, so if you get 2 conversations going on in the same place, they go over the top of each other. Okay, so we're just rolling in towards Lister. It's a crosswind, so we can head left and go for runway 32 by the look of it. So let's just push this back up in the corner for the moment, minimise it, and let's actually concentrate on doing our approach then. Come off the autopilot, steer left, looks like Beckett Senior is going for the disused runway. Should we do this off the nose again, just for a bit of fun, so we get to see the approach? And we're back up. Touch and go done. Okay, next leg. It's 325 degrees, 56 miles up the coast. We got some user points to look at along the way though, which will be quite entertaining. So let's stay close to the coast rather than following the flight plan, and we'll just fly along and listen to the notes as we go. So we've got to fly across this bay first and get this map out of the way, or mouse out of the way I should say. Let's zoom in slightly. So we're heading over for these islands over here. Hydra is the first of these waypoints. So I guess there's no easy way into the... Just looking at the map here, there's a castle, Hydra Island. I'm not going to try and pronounce anything, I guess we'll find out when we get there. So Aerostar is saying, I fly the Coronado Mooney with that same autopilot unit, and it has a quirky way of getting Alt VS to work. Maybe you have to engage it differently. I say keep trying, as it seems that would be a blaringly obvious thing to get wrong on the part of the dev. The autopilot will... Oh, this is in response to William Kelly saying the autopilot will not hold altitude if you slow down. It should. I'll try it a bit later. I'm just flying it by hand at the moment. So we're going to go up this inlet and then turn left and hear all about this place that we're about to fly over. Hydra Island. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. We'll find out in a moment, won't we? So yeah, if you've not done so yet and you're listening to the stream, go join Virtual Flight Online. Go and join the forum and the Discord server and the Facebook group, whichever it is you prefer to hang out in. The forum is slowly gaining some momentum. It has only been open for a week, so...
Hydra is the largest island in Agder County, Norway. The 20.8 square kilometre island lies in Fjord municipality, south of the mainland coast, separated by the 350-metre wide Hydrosund Strait and the Fjorden. The island has about 500 residents, mostly living on the west side in Kirkhaven, where Idre Church is located. The village of Rasvag is another main village on the south side of the island. Motor vehicles are banned and the only way to get to around is by boat or by donkey. The island was the centre of the old municipality of Idre, which existed from 1893 until 1965.
There you go. Now we know all about Idre. Dave needs to change his call sign on transmitter, doesn't he? He's saying British Airways 007. Okay, so we're now heading for Fjord, on our way up the coast. Here's the mouse. Maybe it's a bit smaller. Should we go to this valley rather than around the edge? Yeah, I thought it might be fun to put Bush Talk Radio on today because I've always had it installed, but I never really used it, and I thought, oh, actually this might be good for a live stream, because then we get to hear about the places along the way without me kind of having to guess or look up or just completely ignore them. So this is all about seeing the world, isn't it, and learning a little bit along the way. So it makes it a bit more fun. So this little village we're passing over is Anasira. I'm hoping we'll be able to find a way through here without... Yeah, it's good. Let's have a look at the map. Yeah, we are going to have to cross over the top of here.
Fjorden is a fjord in Sundal municipality in Rogaland County, Norway. The 3-kilometer-long fjord is narrow and deep and is surrounded by mountains. It sits about 4 kilometers southeast of the municipal center of Hague. There is some settlement on the southeastern side of the fjord, the villages of Lee, Vinterstow, and Boo. There is a road that runs along the southeast coast of the fjord, with sharp hairpin turns leading down from the mountains to the shore of the fjord, both heading north and south from the fjord. The Tøns mine, one of Norway's largest titanium mines, is located in the mountains about 4 kilometers northeast of the fjord. The mine is run by a company called Titania, and the fjord is used as the shipping port for the company. The Nedre Helgeland power plant is located at the head of the fjord. The electricity is generated by water from lakes located high in the mountains, and the water is piped down to the sea level power plant. The force of the falling water produces the electricity. At the head of the fjord is the small Helgeland farm, which is now abandoned. It sits in a narrow valley with steep rock cliffs on 2 sides, a rock scree on the 3rd side, and the fjord on the 4th side. The base of one of the rock cliffs stops about 8 meters above the ground, forming a rock shelter, or hella, hence the name of the farm. The farm is preserved and is now owned by the Dalane Folk Museum. Fjord is a place of iconic importance in the history of Norwegian anti-fascism.
Okay, so we carry on. How are we doing for fuel? Let's go and have a look. 30 gallons. Both tanks. So we're heading for a forest of user points, which will hopefully light up when we get a bit closer to them. So yeah, if you've not seen Bush Talk Radio before, anybody can make user points on Bush Talk Radio, so you can submit them and you provide the text for them. So most people get the text from places like Wikipedia, and then it uses, I think it's one of the Google voice AIs to read it out. So you don't have to wait for it to come up either. So if we pull up the window, we can center the map on where we are, which is now doing. So you can see it's moving the map with us, so we can do that. So we're coming up to, whoops, I have to tell it not to do that anymore. We're coming up to a number of things. So we could say, oh actually we want to hear about something elsewhere that's not directly on our flight line. So ticks mean we've listened to them. But anybody can put one of these points on the map and submit it to the, the database. So let's go, and if we on our flight go for this one, we could listen to this one on the way, or this one. So we're going to click on it. He says, famous last words. There it is. Play.
Trollpikken is a rock formation in Eigersund municipality.
Troll's dick. Oh, that's fantastic.
A rock jutting out from a cliff face to a height of almost 12 meters resembles an erect penis. In June 2017, the rock was sold using power tools. It was reattached the following month after a crowdfunding campaign. The local tourist board was discussing using Trollpikken to draw tourists in a similar manner to Trolltunga and Preikestolen by providing parking, when on June 24, 2017, joggers discovered that the approximately 10-ton formation had been severed using power tools. 226,000 krona was raised online to reattach it using a crane assembled.
This is
inside.
brilliant.
A contractor told a Norwegian TV station, "We have the Viagra it takes." It was successfully reattached on July 7th using a combination of cement, glue and metal fittings. By late that month, parking and signs had been provided, and NRK reported that at least one suspect had been arrested for the vandalism. Kjetil Bentsen named the rock formation in January 2017. An effort is underway to have it marked on maps. A staff member at the Romsdal Museum indicated that numerous rock formations in Norway have similarly humorous names, although pik is a relatively new word in the language for the penis. Bentsen and one other have applied to the Norwegian Patent Office for trademark rights to the name.
I think that's fantastic. They do have approval, I think, on that you can't just post rubbish into Bush Talk Radio. There is an approval chain. That's fantastic though. Okay, so we're just heading into the next. Scenery's getting quite rugged, isn't it? It's quite cool. This is where Flight Sim starts to come into its own, isn't it? So all of these points, I've switched on the the landscape user points. So that's where we can see where will be talked about. And I've also got the database imported into little Nav Map, so we can see that as well. So I'll just minimise this. So if we go to Egersund, we'll hear all about it when we get there. Unless we get somewhere closer first. There's Trollpicken.
Egersund is a town in Eigersund municipality in Rogaland County, Norway. The town is located along the southwestern coast of Norway, about 75 kilometers south of the city of Stavanger. The town is situated along a strait which separates the mainland from the horseshoe-shaped island of Eigerøya. From 1838 until 1964, the town was also an independent municipality. The 6,79 square kilometer town has a population of 11,484 and a population density of 1,684 inhabitants per square kilometer. Locally, the town is affectionately known as Åker, by which is a phrase in the local dialect meaning our town. Egersund has one of the best natural harbours in Norway, and it used to be the largest harbour in Norway when measured in quantity of fish brought in each year. The town had an ancient coastal fort, Lindøy Battery, that was built in the first part of the 16th century under King Christian IV and closed down in 1826. The fort is located on the large hill west of the town centre at entrance into Egersund harbour, with views of the sound for both the south and the north. Every year during the Constitution Day on May 17, it is tradition to start off the parades with a cannon salvo fired from the old fort. Most of the industry is related to the sea, such as fishing, fish processing plants and to boating in general. Several internationally known companies have divisions, such as Navico and Jefferson Norway, formerly Sea Map Norway, have divisions in Egersund. In addition, the Aker Solutions Corporation owns and runs a large construction yard here which specializes in the construction of parts and modules for offshore oil and gas platforms. In recent years, the town has become famous as Julebyen, which is an annual tradition where small shops are erected and various activities to celebrate Christmas takes place.
There you go. Now we know. Should go and listen to about Helvik next. Yeah, I switched on. Hi G-Flat, I've just switched on Bush Talk Radio today. I thought it'd make a good thing to do on a live stream.
Helvik is a village in Eigersund municipality in Rogaland County, Norway. The village is located near the western border of Eigersund, about 5 kilometers east of Seiravag in neighboring Han municipality and about 12 kilometers west of the town of Egersund. The 0.72 square kilometer village has a population of 804, giving the village a population density of 1,117 inhabitants per square kilometer. The village has a good natural harbour and is a popular location for holiday houses. The village has its own school and a kindergarten. The biggest employer in Helvik is Helvik Hus, which produces houses all over Norway. The Solandet line is a railroad line which passes through near the village and continues to Egersund in the south and all the way to Stavanger to the north.
Okay, how are we doing? We're on our way to Sola. So we're just listening to informational stuff along the way, which is making it quite entertaining. We'll be in the fjord soon. We're just going around the lowlands, around the southern part of Norway at the moment. So we'll be heading further up the coast during the day. I'll have a look at little Nav Map in a minute to show you where we are and where we have planned. So what's significant about Ogna?
Ogna is a village in Har municipality in Rogaland County, Norway. The village is located immediately north of the village of Siravag on the shores of the Ogna Elva River. The village was the administrative centre of the historic municipality of Ogna. The village is the site of Ogna Station, a railway station along the Solandet line. The 0,31 square kilometre village has a population of 360, giving the village a population density of 1,161 inhabitants per square kilometre. Ogna is the site of the centuries-old Ogna Church. The little church, which dates back to the Middle Ages, was restored and added to after a fire in 1991. It is often open in the summer for visitors. Ogna also has beautiful sand beaches and salmon fishing is very popular in the nearby river. Norwegian County Road 44, which also forms the tourist route known as the North Sea Road, passes through the village.
Okay, so I said we would have a quick look at little Nav Map to see where we are and where we're going. So, this this is little Nav Map over in the corner. I just made it very small. So let's minimise brush talk and make this bigger. So, yes, we are heading into the fjords. In about the next hour or so, we'll be heading off up there. So going to Haugesund, down back down to Fjord and Vigra, yeah. So it's going to be fun. We're just coming around the southern part of Norway at the moment, but it's going to turn into lots of islands and fjords very, very soon. So we're going to visit Sola first. So let's make this smaller again, and so we can see where we are on the route. So we can see Sola there, and let's go and overfly somewhere and hear about some more information. There's a race car track down here. Very cool. Or a dirt bike track, I should say. It's like a supercross track, actually. Just looking at the sequences of... yeah, it's a supercross track. And speedway by the look of it as well. Very cool. It's a prison. Out of the way. I should be able to make the symbology a lot smaller in Little Nav Map if I'm careful. I need to go into the settings. Tools, options, user interface. No. Disable the high DPI. Apply OK.
Arna Prison is a prison in
Close
Har
it.
municipality in Rogaland, Norway. It is one of the largest prisons and has capacity for 290
There we go.
inmates, 140 in a closed prison and 24 in a department with an open prison. The prison is for male inmates. There is no wall around the prison, but there are still very few escapes. The prison is located approximately an hour's drive south of Stavanger. There is no bus service to the prison. Arna is the largest correctional institution in the southwestern region of the Norwegian Correctional Services. Arna Prison is also one of the largest Norwegian governmental-owned farms. Nørbo is the largest village in Har municipality in Rogaland County, Norway. The village is located in the district of Jæren, about halfway between the town of Bryn and the village of Varhaug. The village sits about 38 kilometers south of Norway's fourth largest city, Stavanger. The village was the administrative center of the old municipality of Nørbo from 1894 until 1964 when it was merged into Har. The 3.28 square kilometer village has a population of 6,995, which gives the village a population density of 2,133 inhabitants per square kilometer. The Sørlandet line, traditionally the Jæren line, runs through the village, with the Jæren commuter rail service stopping at Nørbo station, while the intercity service is accessible from nearby Bryn station. County Road 44 passes west of the village. The area around Nørbo is one of the most important agricultural areas of Norway, with almost half of the land in the municipality being used for agricultural purposes. The Greater Jæren area is sometimes referred to as the breadbasket of Norway because of its large agricultural sector. The name Nørbo dates back to 1834, when the two local church congregations of Njaheim and Bo were amalgamated and the resulting congregation was called Nørbo. The church for this congregation was called the Nørbo Church. Bryn is a city and town municipality in Rogaland County, Norway. The town is the administrative center of the municipality of Tyne, and it is also one of the 50 largest towns/cities in Norway. Bryn's location in the region of Stavanger/Sandnes and its road and rail links have made Bryn a popular area for commuters. The town is expanding rapidly to the point where there have been reports of problems with schooling capacity. Bryn Church is located in the center of the town, and Tyne Church is located 1 kilometer east of the town. Bryn is located on the southern shores of the Lake Frøylandsvatnet, about 25 minutes south of the city of Stavanger by train. The 5.33 square kilometer town has a population of 12,084, of which 10,390 live in Tyne, with the remaining 1,694 people living just over the municipal border in Klepp municipality. The population density of Bryn is 2,267 inhabitants per square kilometer.
Okay, we're on the run into Sola at last. Coming in over the ILS feathers now. So this is going to be a touch and go, and then we head northwest out over the bay to Karmøy. So hopefully we will get the information about solar as we approach. I'm just slowing the aircraft down. G Flat's asking, have I had my coffee yet? Yeah, I had a coffee earlier. So, yeah. Ooh, the scenery is stuttering. Why is it stuttering? Stavanger Airport, solar. So if anybody is watching wants to join us, we're at Stavanger or Solar Airport in the simulator, Echo November Zulu Victor, and we are on the North Europe multiplayer server in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So feel free to join us.
Stavanger Airport. Sola is an international airport located serving Stavanger, a city and municipality in Rogaland County, Norway. The airport is located 6 nautical miles southwest of Stavanger, in the municipality of Sola. It is Norway's 3rd busiest airport, with both fixed-wing aircraft and helicopter traffic for the offshore North Sea oil installations. In addition, the Royal Norwegian Air Force operates Westland Sea King search and rescue helicopters from Sola Air Station. The airport had 85,306 air movements and 4,501,368 passengers in 2015. 5 airlines offered domestic flights to 9 destinations, while 10 airlines offered international flights to 37 destinations. 2 helicopter companies operate out of Sola. The busiest route is Sola-Oslo Gardermoen, which has about 28 daily flights. In the vicinity of the airport there is an aeronautical museum, Flyhistorisk Museum, Sola.Stavanger Airport. Sola is Norway's oldest airport, opened by King Haakon VII the 29th of May 1937. The airport was the second to have a concrete runway in Europe. The airport was attacked and captured by German Fallschirmjägers from 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment, 7th Flieger Division, supported by Luftwaffe aircraft on the 9th of April 1940. The attack was over in an hour, and the airport remained in German hands for the duration of World War II. During the war, the German occupation forces and Luftwaffe expanded the airport considerably, as it was a vital strategic asset for the Germans. Former anti-aircraft positions are also still visible along the neighbouring beach Salastranda. Originally, the idea was to locate the Stavanger Airport at Forres in Stavanger municipality, but after the war the Royal Norwegian Air Force decided to use Sola temporarily until the new airport was built, and nothing ever became of Forres. Sola Air Station has since been of vital importance for the Norwegian Armed Forces, but gradually lost assignments, and in 1982 the last fighter squadron left the airport. Stavanger Airport has 2 passenger terminals, one for airplanes and one for helicopters. When the present terminal was put into use the 28th of January 1987, it was the first airport in Norway to have jet bridges, 9 in total. The old terminal was demolished and made way for taxiway H. The airport has 2 crossing runways, the main runway, north/south, and the main runway for helicopters, which is oriented northwest-southeast. Expansion of the airplane terminal took place in 2009. The new gates were built without jet bridges. The airport's two largest airlines, SAS and Norwegian, showed little interest in such amenity and desired quicker turnaround times. SAS though later said that they did want jet bridges for their larger jet aircraft, and only wanted gates without jet bridges for their smaller turboprop aircraft. The lack of jet bridges angered the societies representing the disabled and multiple sclerosis afflicted, and promptly.
Okay, I've just enabled the autopilot. It's in nav mode. It's set for 1500 feet at altitude hold. So yeah, it appears to be behaving. So it's just intercepting the plot, as you can see it doing here. Obviously we can see it on the GPS as well. So if we go and zoom in, see what this is doing. Turn the range down even. There we go. Right, I'm going to go and grab some lunch during this next leg. I'm just going to check the fuel before we do that. So we are down to 30 gallons each side, just below, so 25 gallons. Should be good to get us at least to the next airfield. Quite easily, in fact. So let's have a little look at the flight plan. So we've got 30 miles to go to get to Karmøy, and then 27 miles to Sorstokken, and then 24 to Osvaksinen, that's probably not how you pronounce that, and then Flesland, and then we really are into the fjords. So I will leave this trundling along. I'm going to go up to 2,500 feet though, just in case I'm away from the screen. So it's going to climb to 2,500 feet at 500 feet a minute. Well, that's the plan at least. Okay, so I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to go and grab some lunch, so I'll mute the microphone. If we do run over anywhere with Bush Talk radio speeches, they'll obviously talk.
Fjord or Fjorden is a fjord located in Rogaland County, Norway. The huge fjord lies between the cities Stavanger and Haugesund, and the main part of the fjord is shared between the municipalities of Kvitsøy, Renøy, Finnøy, Tysvær, Bokn, and Karmøy. There are dozens of smaller fjords that branch off the main part of the fjord, reaching most municipalities in the county. At its longest, the Fjord reaches about 96 kilometers into the mainland at the innermost point of the hills Fjorden. Other notable branches include the Saudarfjorden, Sandsfjorden, Vindarfjorden, Høvikfjorden, Forestfjorden, Ørfjorden, Josenfjorden, Adelsfjorden, Idsefjorden, Hogsfjorden, Lissefjorden, and Gansfjorden. The vast fjord is quite wide, and it has many islands located within its shores, some of which are quite large. Some of the notable islands include Vesterbokn, Kvitsøy, Renøy, Ombo, Finnøy, Mosterøy, and the Stjernøyen archipelago.
I'm back. Just made a bagel very quickly with some cheese in it. And we are approaching Karmoy airfield, which apparently doesn't have any information. Nobody submitted any yet. Right, come off the autopilot. Engines to idle, and we roll in. Bit of a crosswind. Okay, so we're on our way again. Let's go and have a check of the fuel levels. So 15 or 20 gallons per tank, and we can engage autopilot. We just need to set our rate to climb. We're going to climb at 600 feet a minute, that's fine. No, sorry, I was misreading the symbology there. So we're going to climb to 1500 feet, and we're going to do so at 500 feet a minute. We'll make corrections along the way if we need to. So next destination is Soorstokken, Echo November Sierra Oscar. So what is Windows telling me then at the bottom corner? Cumulative update for Windows 11. I'll do that later. So while we're en route on this leg, I'm just looking on the map. We're not going to hit any hills until we get to Soorstokken. So I'm going to go and grab a coffee quickly. I'll be back in a moment.
Bomlafjorden Vfr Fjord in Vestland County, Norway. The fjord is the outermost part of the Hardanger Fjord, running between the island of Bomlo, in Bomlo Municipality, and the mainland, Sveio Municipality. The Bomlafjord tunnel crosses under Bomlafjorden. On February 21, 1945, the vessel DS Austria was attacked by British aircraft and sunk in the fjord. The passengers included German military personnel, prisoners of war, and civilian passengers, among them the judge and newspaperman Gerhard Ginge. King Magnus IV of Sweden and Norway drowned in a shipwreck in the fjord in 1374.
There we go. I have coffee. So yes, someone's asking in the chat, am I using Windows 11? Yes, I am, because I've got a little Nav Map in front. Obviously you can see the toolbar down here. Windows 11 doesn't make a huge difference over Windows 10. They've rebuilt what's called the Explorer application, which is what provides your user interface. So things like all these dialogues have been redone. So the old control panel interfaces are slowly retiring. They are still in it, but you have to dig to get to them, but for the most part everything's been improved enormously. So for example, if I go and look at the sound settings and click in here, for example, you get the devices listed. If I right click on the speaker and go to sound settings, you get all the devices that can play sound, all the devices that can record sound, and for each of them you can then go and configure its settings, so it's all been tidied up enormously. But yeah, Windows 11 seems to work very, very nicely with Flight Simulator. You don't have many issues, and I need to start flying because I'm flying along on autopilot below the level of the nearest hills, which is not the best idea in the world. So let's go and have a look inside the aeroplane, see where we are. So increase the range. We're going into ENSO, which should appear very soon. Actually, we'll leave it running in a straight line for the moment. So yeah, Windows 11 is quite good. The start menu has been tidied up, as you can see. You don't have the same launcher as before. This is a kind of a bit of some people love this, some people hate it, the way it works now. I don't have a problem with it. I tend to search for what I want to run anyway. So I just hit the Windows key, which pops that open. Okay, so let's have a zoom in and look. So we are only a couple of kilometers away, so we're going to come off the autopilot. We're flying directly for the airfield here. So come off the throttles. There's the runway. So we're just losing some speed. Dropping the flaps. Turning in for finals. With full flaps, this plane is so good at short field. I mean, it's gliding essentially on idle at 60 knots, coming down at 1,000 feet a minute. And we're down. Bouncing around on the undercarriage. Okay, let's get the plane back in here again. Not the prettiest landing ever, but got down safely. Avoid the fuel truck, which just tried to explode us on the runway. It's funny how they do that, isn't it? Let's have a quick look at the map. So we are heading north 24 miles. So I think when we get to the next airfield we will refuel. So let's press the autopilot button. Let's see if we can get it to program its height before we get there. Before we get to the scene of the accident. So 2,500, let's go for 3,500 feet. I did that wrong again, didn't I? Vertical speed 1,000 feet a minute. We actually want to get to about 3,000 feet, please. At a vertical speed of... Yeah, this has got a bug in it. 3,000 feet. Oh, it's because I'm using the wrong button. I'm being an idiot. Vertical speed of 500 feet a minute. Should we go for 1,000 feet a minute? So we were on the edge of overspeeding then, but we can use this to get rid of some speed. We'll just convert it into altitude. So just coming up from 2,000 feet. Excuse me for munching biscuits in the background. I think the thing on going back looking at the the live chat about Windows 11, the thing most people don't realise with Windows, there are huge benefits to signing into Windows as a Microsoft account. If you're only signing in as a local account, you're losing out on a lot of functionality. So what you can do, they don't really signpost this very well either. If you go to outlook.com, it will go to outlook.live.com, and you get, obviously there's nothing in here because I forward all my mail to Gmail anyway, but I've got a Microsoft account, yeah? So when I sign into Windows, that is my user account, is my John Beckett at outlook.com account. So what that gives me off the back of that is integrated OneDrive. So you can see there's a little cloud down here in the tray. So when I go and look in my documents, all this stuff that's in my document folder gets backed up to OneDrive for me. So instead of running some other third-party thing like Dropbox or whatever, it's baked into Windows, and it has been since Windows 8, I think. But a lot of people don't realise, and they log on and whenever they get their tinfoil hat on when they install Windows, and they think, I don't want anybody knowing anything about what I'm doing, and they lose out on all of the huge advantages the cloud brings, like automatic backups of everything you save, which is given to you for free by Microsoft. But no, there's a lot of people out there that will wrap themselves in tinfoil, have enormously massive passwords and all the rest of it, and you know, they really kind of trip over their own feet trying to hide from the universe, and then they're playing a game like Microsoft, which is going to pin them down to an IP address anyway. So yeah, excuse me if I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder about the off-the-grid brigade, because they're usually not off the grid, and even by posting to wherever they are about their various conspiracy theories, they're exposing their position in doing so. It's a ridiculous argument, and you lose out on so much. I let the big actors like Microsoft or Google or whoever know anything they want to about where I am, what I'm doing, because then they can help me. So that my search suggestions are very, very good. Even Facebook, the friend suggestions it gives me are very, very good, because the algorithmic timeline over time only shows me things that I will generally be interested in. You do have to be aware with anything that uses an algorithmic timeline, it's only going to reflect the things you have read or looked at or done. So you have to purposely go and visit things that you want to be appearing in your timeline. It's one of the huge problems of the social internet, actually. People think that everybody agrees with them, when that's absolutely not the truth. What's happening is the community that you see has been crafted by a machine to only reflect the things you have sought out. Therefore you end up surrounded by people with concordant views to your own. So then that leads to people thinking that everybody agrees with them, when actually that's not the case usually. Right, I'm not quite sure what we're going to do about this scenery, because if we have a look on little Nav Map, this is becoming a problem. So we are flying towards, I think, oh actually we may be able to skirt around it, because I'm just looking at this weather, it's getting quite low. But we're coming into Osvaskistan in a moment. We're going to get told about this fjord in a moment, so that should be good. So excuse me eating in the background, I'll mute my microphone for a few minutes and stop ranting about things.
Fjorden is a fjord in Vestland County, Norway. It runs through the municipalities of Austevoll, Fjorden, and Tysnes. The large island of Tysnesøya lie along the south side of the Fjorden and the Bergen Peninsula, and the mainland lie along the north and east sides of the fjord. The Fjorden split off from the main fjord on the north side by the village of Osiro. The 30-kilometer fjord is about 10 kilometers wide, and its maximum depth is 583 meters below sea level. The municipality of Fjorden, which was established on the 1st of January 2020 as a merger between the old municipalities of Os and Fusa, is named after the fjord.
Okay. Excuse me. So there's a little airfield down here that we're going to go into. I'm going to cut the engines back. Move this out of our way so we can actually see where we're going, and zoom in a little. So it's just over here. And then on the way out we'll fly along the valley and get some information. just trying to kill some airspeed so I can get the flaps down. So we can see the runway there in our quarter window, and we are slow enough for flaps. So let's go and descend a bit harder. I'm going to side slip us in. Oh, we're just gonna have just enough room to touch. Maybe. Or not. Oh, okay, there's a grass area that I didn't have to use the small piece of concrete there. There's a Kodiak coming in behind me. Okay, let's have a look on the map. Where does the route take us next? 314 degrees, 8 miles. Over to an enormous airfield. Oh, I was going to get some fuel here, wasn't I? I'll have to get to the next one. Let's just double check, make sure we don't need to go back. Got 10 gallons left on each. Yeah, that's fine. So should we go and do a bit of sightseeing along the way? So if we pull the map up so we can see it, and then we'll overfly some of these. Can we get this to minimize itself? Taskbar settings. Automatically hide. There we go, that's better. So as long as I give little Nav Map the focus, the taskbar will go away and give us back full screen. Brilliant. So, just reading the conversations about Facebook in the live chat. I'll get back to it in a moment. I'll explain to you what's going on. I'm just going to because this is going to trip off in a moment talking about this area here. Yeah, advertisers have paid for a demographic within a range of an area. So they've targeted your area. It's nothing to do with Facebook themselves, it's the advertisers. Why are we not hearing this? I've still got Bush Talks open.
Fjorden
Oh, here
is
it
a
goes.
fjord in the city municipality of Bergen in Vestland County, Norway. The 8.5 kilometer long fjord is a fjord arm that branches off of the Korsfjorden Fjord and cuts into the large Bergen Peninsula. The deepest point in the fjord reaches 160 meters below sea level. The fjord is located between the small Krokheid Peninsula on the south and the village area of Mila in Tybygda, and forms a natural boundary between the city boroughs of Fana and Tybygda. The urban area of Fanahammeren lies at the eastern end of the fjord.
Right, I need to stop here and get some fuel because I'm down to 10 gallons and we've got a 70-mile leg coming up through the fjords. So no, I need to stop. I'm side-slipping again on purpose, if you're wondering what on earth's going on with the aeroplane. One thing the Islander is very good at is these ridiculously steep approaches where you hold the aeroplane sideways to the airflow. So remember, in front of us is over there, so we're coming in at a crazy angle. And this is allowing me to descend very quickly without gaining airspeed. Then we can let the nose fall round. And we're down. So we're going to cheat here slightly. We're going to roll to a stop on the runway and then run out with some petrol cans, tip them into the top of the wings, and we're good to go again. So yeah, the story with Facebook with advertising is quite straightforward, really. People, there's a common myth, just to begin with, about the way social networks work with advertising. That your information is somehow given to anybody. It isn't. An advertiser never gets your details. Not given to them by the social network in any way, shape or form. Because that would cause too many problems for the social network themselves to manage, the permissions and security around that data. With the handover of the data, their insurance would go through absolutely through the roof. Oh, we're going to hear about another fjord in a moment. So this is going to be a busy one, isn't it? Although we're turning right, so we might not hear about it. So yeah, what happens is an advertiser goes to a social network, so the likes of Facebook or Twitter or whoever, and they set out in their advertising campaign the demographic they're looking for and the location they're wanting to advertise within. And the social network then takes your details when you connect to their network. If you haven't shared your location, that's going to make your data wildly inaccurate. They can still get your location based on your IP address range, but if you've got a mobile device, for example, they'll use that and they'll pin you down to an exact location. So if you have not said nobody can use my location, that's half the reason you'll be getting crap adverts. So yeah, the advertiser goes to the social network and says, we want to advertise to this demographic of people, so male, female, age range, estimated income, all kinds of things that can be derived from your behavior or your purchase history or whatever. Depends whatever the system is. Then when you are looking at that social network, you are presented with adverts that were targeted towards you as far as they can make out based on your preferences of what you will share. And then if you were then to go and visit that advertiser and show an interest in a product, at that point that advertiser can start to track you, but only via their own site, not via the social network. All the social network has done is presented things to you based on the advertiser's preferences for their campaign. So if you then show an interest The data they will get as an advertiser, they know if you have seen their ad. They know how many times the ad has been, they call it impressions, so how many times the ad has been served to people. They can tell if you have seen it based on the JavaScript that runs inside a typical page. Only renders things these days on demand. It doesn't render the whole page, it renders what can be seen in the rectangle of the browser window. So it knows what is inside the screen, therefore potentially what you have read. So beyond it being just served on the page, they know if you saw it to a fair degree of, accuracy.
Brann Stadion is a football stadium in Bergen, Norway. It was constructed in 1919.
Yeah, but just to close that off, beyond that, if you click on an advert, then it's game over, they know about you. But only in terms of you as an independent individual, not you as a member of the social network. The social network doesn't hand over anything about you.
When Brann hosted Fredrikstad in the Cup semi-final in front of 24,800 spectators, though its league attendance record is 23,900 from 1978, when they hosted Lillestrøm. Brann Stadion has, per 2009, a capacity of 17,317. A redevelopment project was underway, aimed at increasing the capacity to over 20,000, but it has been put on hold. Brann Stadion has the third largest attendance capacity in Norway. Brann Stadion was owned jointly by Brann and Store Bergen Biligbijlag. However, in an act of local patriotism, the Store Bergen Biligbijlag sold its shares to Brann for the same sum they bought the shares for, despite the added value of the stadium as a result of the still ongoing reconstruction. Bryggen is a historic harbour district in Bergen, one of North Europe's oldest port cities on the west coast of Norway, which was established as a centre for trade by the 12th century. In 1350, the Hanseatic League established a Hanseatic office in Bergen. They gradually acquired ownership of Bryggen and controlled the trade in stockfish from northern Norway through privileges granted by the Crown. The Hanseatic League established a total of 4 overseas Hanseatic offices, Bryggen being the only one preserved today. Bryggen has been damaged by a number of fires through the centuries and has been rebuilt after every fire, closely following the previous property structure and plan as well as building techniques. Bryggen's appearance today stems from the time after the fire in 1702. The buildings are made of wood in keeping with vernacular building traditions. The original compact medieval urban structure is preserved with its long narrow rows of buildings facing the harbour, separated by narrow wooden passages. Today, some 62 buildings remain of this former townscape, and these contain sufficient elements to demonstrate how this colony of bachelor German merchants lived and worked, and illustrate the use of space in the district. It is characterized by the construction of buildings along the narrow passages running parallel to the docks. The urban units are rows of 2 to 3 story buildings signified by the medieval name guard. They have gabled facades towards the harbour and lie on either one or both sides of the narrow passages that have the functions of a private courtyard. The houses are built in a combination of traditional timber log construction and galleries with column and beam construction with horizontal wooden panel cladding. The roofs have original brick tiling or sheets, a result of fast repairs after an explosion during World War II. Towards the back of the guard, there are small fireproof warehouses or storerooms built of stone, for protection of special goods and valuables against fire. This repetitive structure was adapted to the living conditions of the Hanseatic trading post. The German merchants took up winter residence in the small individual wooden houses, and the storerooms were used as individual or collective warehouses. A true colony, Bryggen enjoyed quasi-extraterritoriality which continued beyond the departure of the Hanseatic merchants until the creation of a Norwegian trading post in 1754, on the impetus of fishermen and shipowners of German origin. Today, Briggen is a significant part of the historic wooden city of Bergen.
I think we'll have to actually go and trigger it by hand to get it to talk about it. There we go.
German submarine U-1053 was a Type Vike U-boat of Nazi Germany's Kriegsmarine during World War II. The U-1053 left Bergen, Norway on the 15th of February 1945 and arrived the same day in the North Sea in the Fjord, northwest of Bergen. She was there on a diving trial. After an overhaul in the naval yard at Bergen, the submarine was forced to carry out her diving trials in the Fjord. There were 38 crew members on board, including the commander and 7 Norwegian engineers and foremen from the naval yard. The U-1053 dived normally, but after this first dive there must have been an accident aboard. When the submarine surfaced, her bow suddenly stuck up into the air at a steep angle and the submarine sank quickly in the sea stern first. Other boats came to the scene and even heard knocking from the inside of the submarine from the trapped crew. The submarine sank to a depth of 340 meters, taking all 45 crew, engineers and foremen with her. The accident was probably a result of an operational error at the snorkel facility, but sabotage was also suspected.
Okay, so we're going back on with our journey, and I'm just trying to remember which window's which now. So we're going to head for this fjord and fly along it. Well, that's the plan anyway. So if I put ourselves out of the windscreen of this plane and zoom out slightly so we get a slightly fisheye view and get the map up and move the mouse out of the way. Here we go again. Okay, let's climb out of here a little bit. What do I need to do? I need to go inside the cockpit, and I need to set. I'll put the autopilot on to begin with. Okay. Maybe we'll climb a little bit more steeply to get us out of here. 1,000 feet a minute. Let's keep an eye on the airspeed. Shouldn't drop much below 100 knots, I wouldn't have thought, climbing at 1,000 feet a minute in this aircraft. But it will get us out of this fjord, which is what we're after really. Okay, how are we doing? Let's have a look. So I was a bit distracted there for a few minutes, sorting other things out. Multiple computers in front of me, that's half the problem, my dear. So we're going cross country at the moment. So let's go and look at the front. Center the view up before I do it. And open the window up so we can see where we're going. So we're heading for Hawkerson, Echo November Sierra Golf. And it's going to take a few minutes to get there. It's a 70-mile trip, nearly 80-mile trip. So I'm just going to mute myself for a few moments and step away from the computer. Be back in a few minutes. Okay. Just looking around. Gaining some height. Getting pretty cold up here, isn't it? And the scenery is not loading in. This looks like, or this, the small patches of scenery that are not based on photo mapping. I mean, I get it, we're in a pretty remote place in the world, so you can see the quality of the scenery is dropping. They don't appear to have high detail for some of these areas. You can see that with the textures, and the mapping is failing here and there. So if you've never seen this happen before, this is what happens when you don't have photo scenery. So there are obviously small areas up here where it doesn't exist. So this is the stock bitmap from from high altitude. Those are pixels. So then as soon as you get into this next square over here, look, it's back to high resolution photography of the rocks. It's bizarre when it does happen. You sometimes do see it though. Gaps in the scenery. So I need to go and keep an eye on this because we're still climbing towards 7,500. I'm going to go for full throttle because we're dipping below 100 knots, and obviously the air's getting thinner. We need to lean the engine out as well because we're getting higher altitude, so I'm pulling the mixture back. The air's getting thinner. So now we've got to 7,500, I can pull the engines back and we'll hold 120 knots quite easily. Should be good. We have a fellow aviator down there at 5,000 feet, skimming the tops of the hills. Fallen up 89. Top of the world at the moment. Another area, look, with pixels appearing in the textures. Oh, I'm stood outside of the airplane. There's little Nav Map. There it is. So we're en route to Haugesund, we're about halfway. Shall we see what difference it makes if we change the scenery to summer? So instead of live weather, we'll go for clear skies, and the snow should mostly vanish. We'll change the time of year as well. Snow doesn't completely go away up here, does it? That's pretty cool. Temperature. It's interesting, isn't it, how much difference you can make. Let's put it back to live. At the risk of causing a copyright strike, should we have a play with Bush Talk Radio? Let's centre the map up back on us. So if we went for tune into local radio stations.
Når jeg hører den låta, så begynner jeg å lure litt på selv hva slags ting jeg lurer på. Og akkurat I dag så lurer jeg på hvorfor er det lys I kjøleskapet, men aldri I fryseboksen. Det sånn man kan spekulere litt på. Og så lurer jeg litt på om du har det fint denne fredagen. Det håper jeg du har midt I påska og gode greier. Uansett om du på jobb sånn som meg, eller om du på fjellet, eller I bilen, eller ved sjøen, eller par asfaltpåske, som det heter når man I byen. Uansett så skal du få med deg musikk til din påske. Nå skal vi over til Gail og ABCDEFU. Det ikke personlig ment, altså.
Right, I don't want to let any music play because it will cause a copyright strike. But there you go. So you can listen to streaming radio stations in Bush Talk Radio. It's very clever. Okay, let's pull back up the map. We're getting closer and closer to Haugesund. If we measure distance from us, we're about 18 miles out now. And when we come over the top of this hill, we can descend down into the... I was saying that Haugesund is on a ledge. See it on the map here. So it's at 1,600 feet above the level of the fjord. And there's some interesting bits to go and listen about along the way, so we'll go and fly near them on the way out. So if we come out along the fjord, we can hear about the saga of whoever that is, and it should be quite interesting on the way back out. Okay, getting there slowly. Let's move the map over to the other side so we can see that where we are. So that square prominence you can see here is this here, isn't it? That corresponds. I'm going to fly straight over the top of it. So the airfield is over there. You can see it. There's that ridge, and there's the airfield. And there's the fjord going along the bottom. So we're going to jump back in the aeroplane, put this over here out of the way. And we're going to come off of autopilot and start descending down. We'll lower the range on this so we can see where we're going. We're going to let the aeroplane fall into the valley just on idle on the engines. But we're not going to get too low because we need to get across here and be at 1600 feet for the runway. It's a shame the simulator doesn't always have high resolution textures, but I guess that's why they have the world update packs to provide, you know, very, very detailed scenery for areas where the data is available. Well, I guess mostly it's where it's available to be licensed as well. Did I set the time back to normal? Real time. No, I didn't. It should have been a bit brighter. There we go. So let's go around this hill. While we're flying, let's. Oh, we didn't want that. I want little Nav Map up so we can see in some detail where we are. So we're just going to go past this tree line. Climb over this next ridge, which should lead us straight down into the runway, which is behind the hill. Shouldn't take too long to get there. Lee has appeared in the live chat. Afternoon, John. Looks a bit too cold for my liking. It is. It's absolutely brass monkeys out there. This is on live weather as well, so even this time of the year, I guess it's still quite early in the year though, isn't it? So we're going to go over this ridge, and hopefully then we get to see Haugesund. It's a shame there's no areas for push talk radio around here. There is on the way out of the fjord. Can't really see the runway, which is going to make it fun and games to come in, file touch and go. And I'm going incredibly fast. Let's get some side slipping going on to get the speed down. There's the runway. Just see it in the ice. Oh, we have another visitor with us. Okay, so we're turning around. And we're going to go out along the fjord purely because there's some interesting stuff to listen to on the way. So I'm interested in this saga, whatever it's going to be. So we'll go out past the headland and turn right. Actually, we can straight line it, can't we? We're about the right altitude. We just need to go straight over the end of this peninsula. So let's get the camera out over the nose, if I can do that again. So like that. Pylons! I know somebody that would be interested in them. Full throttle. Carl, can you imagine getting the contract to build the pylons up here? You wouldn't be happy, would you? Okay, so that spit of land in the middle of the fjord is apparently something to do with a saga, and we're about to find out in a bit via the wonders of push talk radio. So let's cut the throttle. trim the airplane up to get us out to this next area. And there's the point of interest that's just shown up. Awesome. USA PR1, good day, Jonathan. Yeah, I saw you a moment ago in the simulator, didn't I? Yeah, you're in the valley behind me, just coming along. So apparently we're going to hear all about a saga in a moment, which is going to be some sort of epic legend, I imagine, or I'm hoping. Should we find out what this is all about? The saga of Fritjof something or other. It doesn't tell us though without clicking on it. Fritjof the Frokner. I don't know how you pronounce that. Sure, we'll find out in a moment. A legendary saga from Iceland, which in its present form is from circa 1300. It is a continuation from the saga of Thorstein Vikingsson. It takes place principally in Norway during the 8th century. There we go. We'll find out in a moment when unless that is exactly the text that is going to be read to us, of course. So when we click on these, is this what we hear? I guess we'll find out when we get there. Okay, we should find out fairly soon about this saga then. So JOBY is saying the weather is wrong in the simulator. There's only a little on top of the high mountains. Well, shall we change the weather then to make it better reflect the real weather today? Let's go, and if we move the months forwards, yeah, that's not really affecting it, is it? We turn the live weather off and go for a few clouds. And then we get the pretty fjords.
King Beli of Son had 2 sons and a daughter named Ingeborg. Helgi was his first son, and Halfdan his second. On the other side of the fjord lived the king's friend Thorstein Vikingsson, whose son Fritjof was called the Bold. Frithiof was the tallest, strongest, and he was the bravest among men. When the king's children were but young, their mother died. A goodman of Son named Hilding prayed to have the king's daughter to foster. Fridtjof was the foster brother to the king's daughter, and he was also raised together with Ingeborg by their foster father Hilding. Both Beli and Thorstein died in war, whereupon Helgi and Halfdan took over the kingdom. The two kings were jealous of Fridtjof's excellent qualities, and so they denied him Ingeborg's hand. They took her to Baldur's sacred enclosure Baldurshagi, where no one dared hurt another and where no woman and man had intercourse. Still Fridtjof visited Ingeborg, and they continued to love each other. This caused Helgi and Halfdan to send Fridtjof away to Orkney to take tribute, and while he was away they burnt down his homestead and married Ingeborg to King Ring, the aged king of Ringerike. When Fridtjof returned with the tribute, he burnt down Baldur's temple in Baldurshagi and went away to live as a Viking. After 3 years, he came to King Ring and spent the winter with him. Just before the old king died, Fridtjof's identity was apparent to everybody, and so the dying king appointed Fridtjof Earl and made him the caretaker of Ring's and Ingeborg's child. When Ring had died, Fridtjof and Ingeborg married, and he became the king of Ringerike. Then he declared war on Ingeborg's brothers, killed one of them, and made the second one his vassal. A statue of Frithiof, made by Max Unger between 1910 and 1912, and revealed in 1913, is located here in Vangsens.
Shut up, Bush Talk Radio.
Extra i P4 vi har.
Can we stop it from playing the radio once we've started it playing the radio? I think the only easy way is to refresh the page. And then it will only play when it's got something to play. We'll find out in a moment, because we are just approaching another Fjord. We're going to have to climb out of here, by the way. That's going to be fun.
Fjorden is a fjord arm on the north side of the Sognefjord in the municipality of Sogndal in Vestland County, Norway. The fjord is about 4 kilometers long, and its mouth is just west of the mouth of the larger Fjellandsfjord. The village of Balestrand is located on the south side of the fjord, at the mouth. The village of Tjugum lies at the north side of the mouth of the fjord. At Dragsviki, just east of Tjugum, there are regular ferry connections to Hella in Sogndal municipality and to Vangsens in Vik municipality. Tjugum Church is located on the shore of the Isfjorden, just east of Dragsviki. The Norwegian County Road 55 follows the shoreline of the fjord on both sides.
Oh, Patrick is up here somewhere, just ahead of us. I need to keep it on my airspeed. Yeah, I'm doing okay, 100 knots. He's 10,000 feet above us though. I guess what we could do, because we can't have the radio playing, is there is royalty-free music on YouTube. If we can find it. No copyright music. Four minutes. They're only ever a few minutes long though, aren't they? So have they got a playlist of it so we can just leave it playing? That's horrible. Calm music. That's horrible. I know YouTube has their own. There's an advert. Oh, where's YouTube's own? What's your free music? YouTube. Nope, that's not it. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare trying to find this, isn't it? I give up. Right, we're heading back towards the route. Oh, there must be something we can put on that won't get a copyright strike. YouTube. Free music. Music for videos. What's this one then? This might work. Go, some somber Fjord music. Use this music, do we have to put something, even though they've said royalty free? Do we have to... You must include the following credits in your video description. So I need to go into the live stream. Oh, that was a stupid thing to do, wasn't it? This avoids me getting the video taken down, basically. So I have to edit the details of the video. Oh no, that's the wrong video. Live stream. Oh, that should be on. Save. Change the details. Save. And that stops us getting told off, because we have now provided is this actually playing the playlist? It's not playing the playlist, is it? That's really annoying. So it's not an entire playlist. Oh, that was a waste of time there. Anyway, there's the airfield. Okay, that was a bit of fun for a few moments, wasn't it? But it just shows putting anybody else's music on a video is an absolute nightmare, because if you don't put a copyright notice on it that they wrote it, even though they're saying it's all royalty and copyright free, they come after you, which makes you not bother ever putting music on anything. I think the worst case I've heard recently is people making video available to making music available for videos, and then turning around in a year's time and saying it's not free anymore, going after everybody using it quite legally and demanding money and royalty payments for the music they're using. And they were really quite crafty about it, and they didn't have a perpetual license. In the small print of the music that was copyright free. It was only copyright free within a term. So there's people, trolls, going around now trying to demand money for monetized videos on YouTube that have background music. Okay. And we're back up again. Okay, let's have a look at the map. Not that map. Little Nav Map. Next leg, 297 degrees, 24 miles over to Floro. So let's move this out the front, put that back on so we can see where we're going, and we'll fly just by watching the stream. Climb back over these hills, hopefully. But if we go this way, it's not quite as steep. Tiny little house down here. I'm on North Europe, yes. Patrick's just asking if we're on North Europe. Other people have had issues with the servers today. I'm not sure what's going on. So we're heading out towards Floro, and on the way there is a point of interest, apparently. Fjord. Let's see if we can sort some music out. This is crazy not having some music. Now I know that there is some out there. Let's go and have a look while we're flying. YouTube. Streaming music. Royalty free music. Playlist. That's the same guy, isn't it? So has he just got a playlist of all of them? Second, content, live, edit. There we go, we have music now. Of course, the big problem now is the music's going to drown out Bush Talk Radio. I guess what we'll have to do is come back in here.
Fjord Fjord is a fjord in Vestland County, Norway. It is the longest of all the fjords in the traditional district of Sunnfjord. Fjorden passes through the municipalities of Sunnfjord, Askvoll, and Kinn. The fjord begins at the town of Fjord, at the estuary of the river Jolstra, which comes from the lake Jolstravatn. The island of Svanøya lies just outside the mouth of Fjorden. There are roads along the shoreline on both the north and south sides of the fjord, and the European route E39 highway runs past the town of Fjord, near Fjorden. Nordic Mining have applied to deposit 6 million tons of tailings a year for 50 years into the fjord, prompting much opposition. As of 2021, Nordic Mining is permitted to dump 9 metric tons of chemicals into the fjord per year, including 2 tons of SIBX, sodium isobutyl xanthate.
Just going to turn the music back up. There goes Mark underneath me, visual purple. Well, hi Mark, nice to see you. See who else is with us. Patrick in formation. Fjorden Map is up on top of the hills. So we're heading to Floro. Looks like a runway. How are we looking at runways? 25. There's only 4 knots wind, but after Floro, it's northeast over to Ander. Hovden and then Vigra, and then Arrow and for the approach. Go to the east of Floro, come in over the land, go round the edge of this bay, there's the runway. Okay, so we follow the edge of the flows. We should be able to follow up the valley. I'm going to turn labels off, so I'm going to pause for a moment. General, traffic, labels off, apply, go back, resume. Oh, sim has paused. Does this mean it's going to crash? Hold on a few seconds to see what happens. Is it going to crash? Nope, it's rewoken up again. So we're probably going to bring this flight to an end for today at Fjorden. Echo November Oscar Victor. And we'll continue it another day. How are we doing for fuel? We still have half a tank. Not a bad place to finish, is it? For today. It's a pretty epic place to finish, to be honest. So that's the end of the live stream for today. Let's go and have a look back at the route we took and where we went, what we saw. We started a long way to go. It's going to take several days. Started off at Torp near Fjord. And then we went around the hills and we turned the weather off at some point up here and flew some of these lakes without the weather, which was quite cool. And we've ended up at Fjorden. I can't quite see it from there. It's very successfully hiding the name underneath Fjorden. So there you go. And I'm going to stop the stream there and go and have a rest. Oh, someone has a question. Can I play Microsoft Flight Simulator on Xbox One S? I believe you can. Just go and Google it and have a look. If you can get it in the store on the Xbox One S, then I would think so. Xbox One S. What's the difference between the One S and the X? I'm not sure. Anyway, go and have a look. Go and Google it. You find it pretty quickly. I don't know. I've not got an Xbox. This is running on the PC, obviously. Anyway, I'm going to stop the stream now. What's the betting? I have to go through every single piece of music in this playlist and go and add copyright for every single one to the description. So it's going to be like a 10-mile long copyright notice.